Ja, die Sabine macht das schon. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to this DigiTeRRI conference, our second day. Yesterday, we had a very dense program from 9 in the morning till 7 p.m. We got to know about our DigiTeRRI project, how we worked, some highlights already, the roadmaps, but also insight from other activities, from companies, from public, from about competencies, and also the poster sessions. This was a great day. This morning, we just come from a guided tour in the Hofburg. We visited these rooms for our presidency. And now we are back. And now we come more or less to Styria. This morning, this is Styria session. And we have highly recognized managers and CEOs and from the government, from companies, from municipality here, and they will talk to us. It is the first session. And then we have lunch break, and then afterwards we talk about the impact. And now we also, Styria is very well represented, and you get to know really what we have done concrete in the territories. And now I give over to Brigitte Christ. She will lead this session, and she will present also the speakers.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Sorry that I have paper here. So it's not that I not trust in digitalization. Since yesterday, I do not trust in energy supply of my device. So sometimes you're restricted to find other solutions. Marianne is doing the time management, and they like to tell the speakers if she moves ahead, what is it, the yellow one and the orangish one? So it's like the same in COVID. So she says orange, then you have 3 more minutes to react. No, it's the yellow one.
Yellow is 3 minutes and 0.
Okay, so if you do not stop at the orange one, I get in trouble. Okay, so as Marianne said, we turned back to Styria, and we invited, as she already said, managers from companies, from SMEs, from global companies, from global SMEs, and all of them were very engaged in our roadmap. I think all of them were members of the Styrian Stakeholder Advisory Board, and all of them were engaged in the implementation of actions. So they brought a lot of spirit, a lot of ideas, a lot of engagement to our roadmap, and it's really a pleasure for me to have them here today. We start with Iris Filzwieser. Iris, you can already please come up to me. Can you get familiar with this one? Okay. I got some information from her, but I tried to grasp more from the web, so there's a bit more. And it was said about Iris, when she was a child, they found out that she has some technical orientation, or how can I say? I don't know what you did. Maybe she, I don't know, repaired the car of her father, I don't know. And then when she did her basic technical education, she decided to do the next staff thing in Austria. She decided to come to Leoben, to Montana University, and studying metallurgy. Woo. I don't know, you're alone in your semester?
No, we were 2, and we were only 2 students, so we had 100% females in our semester.
Great. I've never experienced this, but okay. And then she said, this is a nice story. She said, in 2005, I decided to found with my husband the company MedTop, because this was the easiest way to bring up my 3 children and make my own decisions. A very, very brave decision, I would say. Some information for you first. MedTop is a global acting metallurgy company for copper, basically. And in the last years, you turned step by step in the field of recycling. So this is very, very, very important topic nowadays to get more in circular economy. And since 2020, she became the president of the Austrian Cooperative Research Organization. And now she is head over, I don't know, 4 of how many centers these are in ACR, how many institutes?
19.
19, so she's really top of Austrian research. So, and then is something, there was an interview, and I like to tell it because this is very important for gender equality. Sorry. And she said it was always very important for you to balance the family life, the children, and the career. And this is why she attracts females to her company to give them the chance to have the same situation. And I think you have how many female employees? Half.
50%.
50%. So, Iris, the floor is yours.
Okay.
Hello. So I hope Brigitte will also introduce Michael on the same way, how many childs he have and how he did, because I hate it. I did a technology study, I'm a technique, I'm a manager. Okay, I have a private life, but that's nobody telling about the man. That's the truth. So please, whenever you introduce someone, I have many publications. I'm manager of 2 companies. I'm Austrian Cooperative Research President, and I have a private life. So that's important for me. Sorry, Brigitte. So nevertheless, why I'm here today, I should tell you something about digitalization. Maybe you're not aware of it. I'm between university and research done by SMEs. So I'm very deeply involved in kinds of that because I'm the president of the Austrian Cooperative Research. Maybe if you don't know it, this is an institute of research institutes all over the field. So we have wood research, we have plastic research, we have social research. So if you have a look on it, it's really an unbelievable great group in Austria. We did a big study. I can use this, I think, the green button. And that's why, I mentioned this today, that's why, because we did a big study in Austria about how SMEs are doing in digitalization. And I want to present this, and maybe finally I will give you some comments based on my experience. So if you look at SMEs, they are always in competition. SMEs in Austria are, I would say, the basic of the entire economical field. So in Austria, SMEs are very important. And there is, I would say, from the people side, it's more than 90%. From the turnover side, the industry is much bigger. But you know, it's always a big advantage to have good SMEs, then you have good industry. If you have good industry, you have good SMEs. That's something works together, it's no doubt. When we did this study, we were asking the SMEs how they see digitalization, what they think they use for digitalization, what's the problem in digitalization. So I'm sorry about, it's not only Styria, it's that this study was done in entire Austria, but it doesn't matter in my opinion. We are so small, it looks everywhere the same. So what are the trends? What are these are all answers based on the Austrian SMEs. What do they think are the trends? They think the trends is they need data to be able to make decisions. I think that's a clear point, and it sounds very easy, but I'm coming from the metallurgical side, and I can tell you, if you go in a plant, I'm in the copper industry, you're in the steel industry, but in the copper industry, and you think it's a well-educated industry, and you go in and say, give me the data, I will make you a thermodynamical process model, because very easy, off-gas, slag, chemistry, heat, temperature, then you will find quiet. They have millions of data, but they cannot use it, and they are not doing something with it. Of course, steel industry is a little bit more tough. They are a little bit far of us, but in our industry, for example, they really do nothing with these data because they are not available. If you go in SMEs and ask them for data, in many, I'm talking about small SMEs, they don't have any data because they are not really used in digitalization. But all of them are aware of it, they will need it. So what we did, we were asking them, how do you use, for example, information? How do SMEs use information? And of course, everybody is asking internet access. If you're a manager of a company, do you think this would be the first answer? I'm happy that my people are using the internet access. So you can see where the problem starts. If you're talking with normal people, with people on the floor, with normal people in the SME about digitalization, the first idea they have is communication, the first idea they have is internet access, and the next thing is how they can use the social media channel. Nobody really immediately bring it together with all the advantages which digitalization will bring with us. You can see here online sales. If you look at our study, where is online sales? It's nearly at the end of the bottom. Or online ordering, it's also at the very end of this study. For me, this was really critical to see this. If you ask people in the SMEs how they see it, this is the answer. So, why is the reason? We asked them, what's the reason for you to increase your digitalization program or to put it in your company? And what you can see here, it was also, for me, critically in principle, the answers. The answer is to be in the trend. Every one of you who is related to economical decisions in companies or is responsible for the turnover in companies, do you think a manager will say, we should be in the trend? Yes. Nobody will do this. You should be prepared for the future. You should optimize your company. But the reason for increasing digitalization, many of them is saying we want to be in the trend. Stand out from the competition. It's not really a target for the future. It's more or less a conclusion. So, in my opinion, what we can see here is that SMEs really cannot see their advantage, and they really are a little bit far away. It's too abstract for them, in my personal opinion or in my experience I have. Very interesting was the last point, increase in cost efficiency. Everybody has this bubble somehow and think, if I do digitalization, okay, we have internet access, okay, but cost efficiency will come. And I want to point it out, this is a big discrepancy, because how these 2 points came together, nobody is really, for the people it is not clear how they can do it on that way. What we also were asking, what are the big barriers for doing the digitalization? And in Austria, this is for Austria mainly, the lack of employees was the biggest barrier for them. The lack of employees, especially in SMEs, you can imagine, you have a huge group of people which are focused on their field, but they are not so open for other fields. That's also a little bit the Austrian mentality. So we like to be specialists, but we don't like to be very open for everything. So this was the biggest point, and the second point was high cost for the project. So this is also, I was surprised of it because I thought the costs will not be the limit for doing digitalization. What you can see here, what are the greatest challenges? And the greatest challenges are data protection, and everyone who is discussing digitalization should think of data protection. And if you go to SMEs, that's really a big problem for them. Especially in my area, in the last year, we had many attacks and we had huge costs involved in the attacks. When I look at the MuseumsQuartier, where many of these people here coming from, we had 3 big SMEs had been attacked, and it was really expensive. So I had to come to the end, and I'm quite around. What are the challenges for SMEs? And the main challenges are factors internally. So it's not so, the problem is not coming from outside, but for SMEs, they really have problems internally to be able to do digitalization. And if we have to look in the future how we can solve this, in my opinion, this will be really a big problem. Because in what I see also in the education side, I think I will let out this. I only will have last sentence. In my opinion is when we think on education, Our education system learns us studying metallurgy, studying economy, studying chemistry, being in medicine. You need digitalization, you need digitalization, you need digitalization, and you need digitalization. But in our education, you can study digitalization, of course. But in my opinion, this is the biggest mistake we are doing in the moment. We should bring in digitalization in the education, in every field, everywhere, and to everyone, and not only doing digitalization as a main job in the business. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. One comment from my side. First of all, I found all information on the web. This is one point, and the other thing is, in our roadmap, we saw that we're all individuals, and we only want to live as persons in the region, and we want to have the best conditions for our family, for our kids, so that's why I said it. So you're a really tough person. But I have some data from the men as well, if it was on the web. Okay, the next one is Mike Wurm from Bruckmoor, from the company Mehr IT, so Mehr means more. And he's, how to say, more IT-minded, because there was no information on his family in the web. But, yeah, of course, you are experienced in that. And I can tell you why. He did 2 IT studies at the University of Applied Science at your FH Joanneum. And he was not only studying there, he's a lecturer there since many years. And he has experience in e-commerce, in technology transfer, so this is your core topic, bringing knowledge to the others. And yeah, there are a lot of other competencies, so in software development, in web application, and mobile app application. And as I already said, he's lecturer, so I see at the moment nothing about his private life. And he founded Mehr IT in the year 2012, is that right? Yes, and you are still the CEO for it. And since 2020, he was elected by the Austrian Federal Economic Chamber as regional officer for this field. And he's an UPIT specialist group as well. So, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, hello and welcome to my presentation about challenges of digitalization, and a big thank for the last presentation because of many data about SMEs, and I will go into this information because I have collected some challenges, and I will call it challenges, no problem, because we have to handle those challenges in the future. Yeah. My presentation is about to create a definition of SMEs in Austria, because it's really important to understand how many SMEs are in Austria located. The second part is about the common challenges. I collected 6 different challenges for smaller and medium enterprises, and the last part will be, if you had enough time, some opportunities in digitalization. But first of all, who am I? You have heard some information about me. I'm a managing director of my company, and I'm also a senior lecturer for many years at the University of Applied Science. For me, it's really important to help other companies at their challenges. So I was elected by the Austrian companies to represent their needs in the regional office in Bruck an der Mur, and also at the specialist group for the accounting, consulting, and IT companies. Yeah, now I have a little game for you. You have guessed a number. So how many entrepreneurs employ 0 to 9 people in Austria? What do you think? It's the first, the second, or the third part? Maybe raise your hand if you think it's lower than 200,000 entrepreneurs. Okay, just 1, 2. Who thinks it's the second option? Okay, more than 2 people, yes. And the last option about more than 500,000? Okay. That's the correct answer. We have about 5,440,000 entrepreneurs in Austria, which is a huge number because we have to think about how many people or what is the total number in relation to the complete work forcement in Austria. What do you think? It's more than or lower than 50%? Do you think it's between 50 or 90%? Okay, some of it. More than 90%? Yeah, that's also correct. We have a really huge number of people who are working in such companies. So it's really important to understand which is the field of small and medium enterprises. It's really the biggest part in Austria, so we have to think about the needs of digitalization in those companies. And these needs of digitalization or the challenges are other challenges than in the big industry. So we have to think about the industry regions where the small and medium enterprises are located. So, but we will switch to what I'm talking about now. I'm talking about the experience with and of SMEs in Austria, in special of Styrian SMEs or Upper Styrian SMEs. In my opinion, it's also really important to understand that I'm talking about SMEs with 5 to 50 employees because they are the biggest challenges, and some of the medium enterprises have the same challenges, but they have the possibility to handle these challenges easier than the smaller enterprises. So, and it's the last part, it's also really good to understand that I'm talking about the SMEs in traditional industry regions. We've heard before the Mürzfurche. It's about the Upper Styria because it's a long tradition that we have really huge enterprises, industry about steel and how to work with steel. So the common situation about SMEs and digitalization is that the requirements of digitalization is not clear at all, because there are some special technologies, some special knowledge needed in the field of e-commerce, in the field of processes, and so many other fields in such companies. You also have to handle with missing awareness sometimes, because the longer tradition companies with so family companies have father, mother in there, and they don't know anything about digitization. They have the children, here is the computer, and please help me with this computer, but the older generation have no awareness about this new field. Some of them are strongly against digitalization, and we are in a really big challenge and in a time of change in those companies. So the missing or wrong information about, or knowledge about the benefits, we have to transfer this information about benefits to the companies. And also sometimes employees are against digitalization because they have a fear of loss that they will lose their workplace in such companies if digitalization will get a part of it. So I decided to group such challenges into the 6 fields: acceptance, investment, strategy, employees, responsibility, and being up to date. If you remember the last presentation, we saw that some of them were also the opinion of the of complete Austria SMEs. So we can go deeper to understand that acceptance will be handled by 2 possibilities, top-down versus bottom-up. So if the lead of a small and medium enterprise is not aware for using such strategy in their company, it's not possible to use a digitalization process. Also, the investment is a really big challenge. Sometimes it's a problem for the smaller enterprises because digitalization costs time and money to handle a really good digitalization process. But it's sometimes I'm not understanding this field because if you are bought or if you will buy a machine, it's always an asset for the company. but there are no awareness that, for example, a digital service could be also a really important asset for the company. So the cost for digitalization should be also investment for the company, but many of the leads don't understand this fact. So other challenges, for example, the strategy and the employees. So digital know-how is often lacking in companies. So we have to handle those fields of care to build up, for example, courses or by the education systems for younger people. So we come to the other field about the employees. Sometimes they don't understand that digitalization would be good for them to handle their work with more efficiency and not that the digitalization will destroy their jobs. Oh, I have 30 more minutes, that's fine. So I have time enough. 3 more minutes, yeah, no, 3 minutes left, okay. No time for jokes, so we come to the responsibility and being up to date. First of all, the responsibility is a really important part, because some people or some leads of companies think that, hey, this is a technical guy, he will do the digitalization. And the guy is the secretary, for example. That's not a good opinion. So somebody of the company has to be responsible for the digitalization process. This person has to be has a special knowledge, and if they don't have this knowledge, you have to bring up the knowledge to the company for example, with external know-how. So digitalization and digital content must be maintained in the company. And if you think about your own company, how many data is not up to date? How many information have a lack of many years, for example? Think about some websites. That's almost a really good example, because go to the news section of any website and you see news about 2010. That's not really the best practice. So up to date implies that the company needs time to handle those data and to be up to date in such any field within the company. So at the end, I will come to the opportunities for smaller businesses. For example, internal processes has to be optimized. That could be handled with internal or external know-how. Also, the workflow could become faster and simpler. That's really important for growing, for company growing, because smaller companies has no time or has no possibility to invest so much costs in their employees, so they have to become faster or become smarter in their processes, and many other opportunities could be a possible impact of digitalization. Yeah. So thank you for your attention, and at the end we have some time for any questions, I think.
Okay, now we turn a bit. No, I'm not turning away. We turn a bit away from the SMEs. We come more to the large companies, and I'm really happy that Michael Eder is now with us. Yes. We met personally for the first day. Okay. Now I have to explain. In the program we have Franz Rotter. This is not Franz Rotter, but Franz Rotter. He apologizes. He got sick, and but he said the best person he can do. Okay, I'd like to introduce Michael Eder. So there I have no private information I have to tell. But he's also very engaged, as you will hear. At the end, I tell you something about me, so that's a fair story. Michael Eder is the Global Chief Digital Officer of First Alpine High Performance Metal Division. So this is really a huge company. And now it gets really even better. He's the managing director of the newly founded First Alpine Performance Metal Digital Solutions GmbH. And there is information about his career. He started as an automation engineer in the iron steel industry. And yeah, then there is something like a white area here now. And then it's told before he turns to First Alpine, he was working in a consulting company. So that's the next information. And now some information about his study, which is really impressive. He holds a degree as engineer in telecommunication engineering, as well as a master degree in business science from Johannes Kepler University. And he was supervised by Professor Matzler in his PhD. And I tell you, if you do not know Professor Matzler, this guy is really great. He's an innovation professor in Austria, and if you come across with him, talk to him. And yes, this was all about his private life, what we get for him. And please go ahead, tell us about your company, about your job and your digitalization strategy.
Hello, everybody. So I have a private life, actually. So I have 2 kids, and I brought them to the kindergarten and school today. So in the very morning, and I have to pick them up afterwards as well. So thanks for having me. Thanks for inviting me as well. I have to cover for my boss, for our boss, for Mr. Rotter. Obviously, I'm not Mr. Rotter, as I already said. So he wanted to really be here together with you and present his presentation that I have to hold now for him. So also please bear with me if I don't know all the details in there. I should know at least because I'm responsible for digitalization, but I try something I've never done before. I'm holding a presentation I have not compiled. Yeah? So having said this, hope you bear with me for the next 10 minutes and I can give you a little bit of an overview on our digital journey that we embarked on a couple of years ago. So who is First Alpine? For those who don't know it, it's one of the biggest companies in Austria and a technology and steel company based in Austria, headquartered in Austria, but also operating worldwide. And the connection to Styria is that a large proportion of the business in Austria is also done in Styria. So in total, First Alpine is a company with 50,000 people, 500 companies, and a turnover of 15 billion euros worldwide. And in Styria, we have, and I have to read this now, about 4.5 billion turnover with about 9,000 people operating in 13 companies. So that's a big impact for Styria as such. And we have 4 divisions in First Alpine, and for one division I'm responsible for digitalization, and from this division I can present you now, so to say, the knowledge that we gathered with regards for a big company as compared to the smaller companies that we heard, which was also quite interesting, by the way. High Performance Metals division is a worldwide operating division, specialized on tool steel, special steels, and so on. And especially in Styria, we have one of our biggest, or several of our biggest companies. It's Böhler Edelstahl, Böhler Aerospace, and Böhler Bleche. But there's also a connection to Värmland, where we have also a company. Who knows this company that we might have? Okay, very good. Who is it? Very good. Udeholm is also a part of our group, and so we are very proud to have also this connection over there. Yeah. From yeah, I know that. I know it. I was part of the DigiTeRRI Project, so that's why I mentioned it actually. Okay, good. So having said all of that, how do we click to the next one here? Green button. Good. Mr. Rotter is not only just a smart guy, he's also very famous on doing quite complicated slides, but but he can transport it very well. Yeah, I try my best. So, so the first one, and I have just a couple of those, don't worry. So it illustrates a little bit the status of our digital transformation. And really when I was hired as well in 2016, we started this journey on the 4th industrial revolution. Yeah? And what we experienced for ourselves is it's the wrong term, because it's simply not just production and industrial revolution, it really leads above that. Yeah? And we changed it very quickly to digitalization. One of the first things. So my position was also one of the first positions as a CDO in Austria. So this was, and then the movement came. And we progressed. What you can see here on this slide is we progressed over the journey from 2016, 17, 18, where there was a lot of focus on smart production topics. You can see that somewhere here on the middle part here. But we had also other topics already defined, like smart logistics, products and services, support processes, and so on. And we also defined for ourselves what is digitalization, what do we want to achieve with it. We set the targets for this journey that should contribute to the business targets as such. And we evolved over the last couple of years. You see, we changed also course of directions sometimes, and it's not a surprise, but in the last 2 years, there's also more and more focus on resource efficiency topics, sustainability topics that are fed by the digital transformation. And you can see that there was quite a progression over the years. So when we see this, why did we change the course? Why did we adapt? Of course, first of all, we learned a lot over the course of the journey, definitely. But there are also a lot of risk factors that, especially for big companies, internationally working companies, are there. And yeah, it is, I know. Thank you. And it is that there is the acceleration of the metamorphosis of the globalization that we experience, everybody nowadays. Then there is the energy supply topic, especially in Europe, that we are painfully pay the bill right now. We have the reduction of the raw material resilience, so where do we get it from in the future, especially when we think about the new technologies, which is a topic. And we have also a disruption of the European value creation efficiencies, meaning the productivity gains that we from year to year see are getting less and less. So in Europe, we have about 1% per year, which is really neglectable. In America, it's a little bit better. In China, it's about 4%. Of course, they're coming from a different base, but what I want to say is this is not enough in order to be competitive in the future, and these are the things that we need to care about as well. And of course, we have heard it already, the disruption on the digital, via digitalization and the opportunities of technology that we get. And what you see here on this slide is basically the impact of these changes on the business logics of a multinational company, especially with focus on Europe. And when we started in 2016, it was already visible, but not, digital transformation was the big topic. But step by step, other things were coming in. As you see here in 2020, it was also the globalization topics. We had trade barrier restrictions in America and worldwide and so on. So these are the things that also had a big influence on our business models. When you go further, we had a second phase where we see this globalization is decreasing, and where there was also, of course, everybody knows there was the COVID crisis that was coming in, leading to even stronger impacts on the business models that we see. And last not least, of course, the war made it totally clear that also the energy topics and furthermore the globalization that is reducing step by step is affecting us. And the essence out of this is that for us as a high-performance metals division, or as voestalpine as such, that these business logics that you see that we have in our companies, that we have to really change that going forward and think about new solutions that we bring in. And we define that digitalization is one of the core drivers to achieve that. Yeah. So how do we do that? You see a lot of parts, and this is maybe not the full picture, but we have a lot of focus on smart factories. If I have time in the end, also one slide at least from the new production plant that we are currently building in Kapfenberg in Styria. So building smart factories, getting more educated, using data, getting towards a data-driven organization. This is what we are continuously working on. There is also connectivity that we're building between our value-added service sites so that we understand where which material is stored, how can we serve the customer best, which is coming from silos to a more integrated, more connected supply chain. We are also working on smart products and services. Seems a little bit, überraschend, was it in English? Surprising, because there's a steel block, yeah, how smart could it be? But we are working on really products where we integrate sensors, where we have coatings and surfaces that are smart and can transport information and these kind of things. So stay tuned for innovations coming up in the next years. And there is a big metal additive manufacturing network that we built over the last couple of years that we already have in actually almost, so in America, in Asia, in Europe as well, where we are building these competences, and it's a major contributor to our normal business in terms of additional offerings and value-added creation that we can provide for our customers. On the other side, you see newer topics, especially with regards to sustainability. So we clearly believe that digitalization is a core enabler for sustainability topics. When we think about, for instance, CO2 tracking or circular economy topics. So these are the things that need digital enablers or digital appliances, technologies and tools, because otherwise it's simply not possible. And we have the scrap management, we have logistic topics, and also customer management topics that we have. And all this together leads to a lot of kind of topics and levers that we can improve. I don't go through this now in detail, but the most important thing for us is we want to get towards a learning and agile organization. And this is our core aim, and a lot of things are contributing to that. What is also very important are we need other competences. We have already heard this today. So how do we do this? So we are a core believer that we cannot build everything in-house. You need to have a good ecosystem, that's more the right-hand side, that we build. There are just a few examples like the digital material value studio and so on, and ecosystems that we build. But also in-house, we are trying to improve the understanding, the knowledge of people, because we truly believe that the process managers of today are the digitalization leaders of tomorrow. So we are building these competences in-house as well. We have a competence center, as you see. You have some pictures here on the left. We have a digital academy that is creating digital ambassadors and data science and AI experts. We are implementing S/4HANA. Everybody, I think, does with the SAP focus. And we have founded also the Digital Solutions and spin it off as an own company that I'm happy to lead. And this should give you a little bit of an overview. I mean, we're working on much more topics, but on what we are doing and which abilities we have. If we compare it to SMEs, so there's a lot more opportunities that we can do as I experienced today, and that makes me really also happy that we have these opportunities in a way. Yeah. Last one. Short overview, we are currently commissioning the high-tech special steel plant in Kapfenberg. So the construction period was since 2018 to 2022. It's really a replacement of the old steel plant that we have there since a long time. It is really fully digitized, production processes. We have a lot of process data points that we are gathering and optimizing. We have machine learning models and so on and so forth that we have in there, fully automated melting processes and so on. And also the qualification of employees that we're doing in our academies in order to be able to run these kind of things, because you can imagine this is really something different. It's not really manual processes anymore. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here, for your attention, and questions afterwards, I think, right? Good.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great job. Because I think you were on a business trip till yesterday, so yeah. Okay. So micro. Okay. Now I'm coming to Michael Schickhofer, completely different background. He was politician. And I can tell you, you find the information about his children on web. He has got 3, so that's all what I will tell. Michael, please come up. Yeah, I'm happy that you're here, of course. And Michael, he did a lot of studies, and one in politics science, of course, in business administration, and I think in law. This was the last one. And he has a lot of positions in different organizations, public organizations or private organizations for more than years. And he has his own consulting company, as I remember. And his core topics are development and innovation and future-oriented concepts for regions as well, so that's why he's here. And the link to the politics is you have been in politics how many years?
20.
20 years, and he was 7 years, he was in the government state of Styria, and he was in charge of finance, so this is always the tough stop, and regional development and disaster protection, and as I remember, you started with the digital strategy of Styria. This was under your period, and I'm really happy that you're here, and please go ahead with your presentation. Now he's working for the SFG. Sorry, that's what I've missed.
Thanks a lot. Warmly welcome here in Vienna, especially to our colleagues and friends from Farmland and Grand Est. I hope you enjoy Vienna, and I hope I will see you soon in Styria, because it's a great country to live, also to visit, and it's a very innovative country. So that you get some feeling of Styria, I would like to start with a short film and then present you our country. So nice to meet you, and please come to the green heart of Austria and to Styria, which is the European's cutting-edge region for technology and innovation. It's important to know some facts about Styria. We have a population about 1.2 million people, but we are very proud of 65,000 students in Styria, and we have 9 universities, and that's really a high number of universities in such a small country in comparison to Grand Est. We have just 1 million people, you have 5 million people, but we are very proud of 65,000 students in Styria. And we're also proud of the city of design of Graz, our capital, the second biggest city in Austria. And what's really important to know, that doesn't work. The green one. Ah, okay. 2 green ones. The green heart of Styria, or there is Styria. Okay, you see all this information here. What's important to know is that we are the region within Europe with one of the highest R&D rates, with more and over than 5%. That's very important to know because it's the basis for our strategies in Styria. It's the basis of the development of Styria. We are a traditional industrial region, but we are now really in this transition process, and we have very modern companies, as just mentioned, the first really strong companies working together with our small and medium enterprises. 55% of Austrian researchers at technical universities work in Styria, so that's important to have the basis of know-how here in Styria. It's the basis of our success also. And 7 of 10 Austrian companies with the highest R&D ratio are located in Styria. As mentioned, the small and medium companies are the backbone of the economy in Austria and especially in Styria. But we are very proud also of these big companies who really are leaders in Styria for innovation also, like NXP, AMS, Siemens, Infineon, Anton Paar, AVL, EPCOS, or the First. And we have with Joanneum Research one of Austria's largest R&D institutions. A further very important strategy in Styria is the cluster strategy. So we want our big companies to work together with the small and medium-sized companies, to work together with our universities, to discuss the plans with the politics. And so we implemented 6 clusters for green technology, the Green Tech cluster, for human technology, for wood and wood solutions. We are now dealing with wood as a material, how we can use it, for example, in the car industry. So not just building houses, but also find new applications and use cases for wood. We have the creative industry cluster, the AZ Styria, and together with our neighbor country, Carinthia, the Silicon Alps cluster. So that's very important. It's also very important to know in the process of the transition and the digitalization, because our companies work together in these clusters and facing together new challenges and thinking about new solutions for Austria and for the world as a whole. We are very orientated on export. You see lots of companies. What's important is that our economic minister sees that the digitalization process is important for the companies, but also for the people. It's our target that we take all Styrians with us on the path of digitalization. That's also the reason why we implemented the broadband strategy. We have to discuss a lot of topics, but we need the technical basis, and that was the thing I implemented together with our economics minister. We want the fiber to the home in Styria for more than 90% of the people. We want that the small and medium companies have access to really fast internet. So it's an enormous and important basis. And we think that broadband is also a big chance for the regions because decentralized work and lifestyle is possible. We also discussed that within the DigiTeRRI process, and that's important. That's the great chance. I mean, we are talking a lot about risks, but it's a great chance offered by the digitalization, especially for our regions, and we should tell that to the people. We did one important step further, and I want to say thank to the DigiTeRRI team and the partners all over Europe, 12 partners as a whole, because with the research and responsible research and innovation approach, we really brought together people from universities, ordinary people, from schools, students, companies, the communities, and they discussed together how we can face the future. And that was important because we discussed a lot of technical things with our partners, with the mayors, with the politicians. But yesterday we talked about culture culture in the companies, culture in the regions, and I think we have to discuss all this technical stuff. It's very important to talk about data, but it's also important to talk about culture, and thank you to the DigiTeRRI team. I think this discussion about culture was really important. It brought us forward, and I think we are all facing difficult crises right now, and history shows we can deal with this crisis and gain the changes better in working together. So thanks a lot, and last time, please come to Austria, and please come to Styria, the green heart of Austria.
Difficult for me. I'd like to thank all for their speeches, and now you have a rather good overview on that, and we do it as yesterday. I ask them some questions. You have 1 minute to answer, not more, because we're a bit behind the time schedule, and then you have the option to ask. So today they are here for free. You can ask them, so take the opportunity. Okay. Iris, you have the experience as international manager, as an SME, and you have shown us what is the challenge of innovation. May I ask you to highlight the 3 most important points? The most important points for an SME. Can you tell us what is the most important digitalization SME going on the global market?
I would say the most important point is being aware that you have to go on the global market. That's for me the most important thing for SMEs. They are not really aware of it. Second point, in my opinion, motivate your people to see the strategy, to see the future. And then I think you need all the tools to be able to do the digitalization.
Okay, that's all, very easy. Okay. Marianne, can you write it down in the minutes, please? Thank you. Mike, you are working with local small SMEs, which may be more oriented to the Styrian market. What is your recommendation to them? Or how can you help them? What are the main barriers you want to overcome with them?
I think that digital education is really important for all people, not only for young people. They should be aware for digitalization, and I think there are more opportunities than problems to be within the process of digitalization.
So now we have problems, or what's the challenge?
I think the biggest challenge is the awareness for digitalization. Because if they are aware for this topic, they want to handle this topic. Mm-hmm. They want introduce solutions, digital solutions for their companies, and they want to handle it by their own.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. I have a question to you. Maybe it's difficult, I don't know. But I think this is, the strategy you've shown seems to be rather unique, or isn't it, for the steel industry? What is your guess, your experience? And then I have another one, because you said we have to compare with other market areas like China, and you said Europe has only 1% growth. So what can we learn from the others? Is there something, or we are ahead in digitalization?
Okay, answering the first.
I know, very difficult.
So in 1 minute, 2 questions, okay.
Yeah,
I try my best. So I think from a strategic point of view, I think it's quite unique. So I always say we are the pharmacy of the steel industry, so to say. So our average sales volume is 70 kilograms. And this on a worldwide basis. This is really small. So what our strategy is really to forward integrate and to offer more and more value-added services on a local basis. That's why we have so many outlets worldwide. I think this makes us quite unique, yes. And when it comes to digitalization, I think, what was the second question? On the 1%, on the growth. You should ask the politician, the former politician actually, and not me, what we can do. So I can just tell you what we do. So we are fully aware of that, and we want to raise that definitely. And digitalization is one of the core drivers. And I think what I wanted to show you, at least I tried, is that we have a holistic approach. And what I did not mention is it's not just a technology transformation. It's first and foremost also a cultural and mindset transformation. And so the slide I normally present is that you have a technological transformation times, not plus, times, so multiplier, a cultural transformation, because if one thing is zero, then the outcome is zero. And I think this is what people have to have in mind, and this is our approach that contributes also to have more efficiency gains, as in some areas at least, as compared to others maybe. Yeah.
Thank you. Now it gets really hard. Michael, the SFG is very active in the ecosystem as a whole. We've shown the clusters, but can you tell us something how you as FHG support the queue from education to research to other competence center? Can you say something about that? Because you and the government of Styria is very active in building up competence centers. Can you say something about that? Because this was a bit missing for me.
Yeah, as mentioned, we have competence centers, about, I think, 30 competence centers for digitalization within Styria. Very important are our clusters who support each company. And my colleagues are here. We have also the regional innovation coaching. So colleagues who go out to the companies and discuss with them the digitalization process, their innovation processes, so that they get all the necessary support from Styria, but also supplies from Austria and other agencies. And it's important to bring together the small and medium companies with the big companies, with the universities, with the communities, and that's our job to organize it. And for me, it was very helpful to have DigiTeRRI, because you organized it for us, and it was a good possibility for us to discuss with a lot of companies. But I mean, to be honest, we still have a lot of work to do, because as you mentioned, also in politics, we discuss a lot about the internet access, but not about digitalization as a whole. And so this knowledge transfer between also the regions is very, very important. It's essential for the future, because we need the common vision, but now we need action, and we still have to do a lot. I mean, you know, I'm very proud of Styria. We have a great research and development rate, but also in Styria we have a lot to do in the digitalization process. But we are proud of such SMEs and big companies working together with the government. And so, as in a lot of fields of politics and the future, it's important to work together, and I think that's a good process. Thanks a lot again to the team from DigiTeRRI.
Thank you. I like to mention they sometimes give funding. Okay, very quickly, my last question to all of you from your perspective. We have different perspectives. You were in our DigiTeRRI roadmap. You were engaged in the development, in the workshops. We tried to do implementation in the last year, actually. But what is your recommendation for the next 4 years? How should the region go ahead with implementation? I start, Iris, with you.
I think that's a really, really awful question.
Yes, I'm a naughty boy. I'm a naughty girl.
The truth is, in principle, I have no idea how they should do it. That's the truth. Because when I see my surrounding, I can recognize that we are challenging with many, many other problems. Digitalization is not on our menu at the moment. And I think this will be the biggest problem in the next 5 years. We are talking here digitalization, but if we have an energy crisis, if we have, I told them yesterday, I heard all the investors are going away from the center of Europe. If we don't have money in the countries, then we will have other challenges. So I think we should do the focus on, we should combine it. I think the SMEs has had 3 years which were very hard in Austria. Corona, many SMEs could somehow survive Corona, and now the energy crisis is coming. Okay. And we are completely different structured as a big company. There is a family structure, there is not that huge money behind it. The thinking is completely different. Bringing an international investor in a SME is critical. So I think we should be open to all of our problems, and if we can put in digitalization to help us to solve the problems we are training now, then maybe we can do it. But I am a little bit scared of it, that this will be really the focus for the next 2-3 years.
Okay. So it will need another process of regional co-creation, and then, come on, let's work on it, not only discussion. Herr Ulm.
That's not an awful question. It's a really big question, I think.
Only
A
1
big,
minute, not
awful
more.
question. I have the same feeling like last week in my company, in my office, when my employees come to me and say, yeah, we have so much to do, and we have this project and that project and so on. And I think I can give you the same answer. We have to do it step by step. It's really a long journey, and we have to start at one point, and we have to think about which is the next step, and we go through each step. That's the best solution, I think.
Okay, thank you. Herr Eder, you have the view on both roadmaps.
I like the question.
No, this was not a question, but you know
the
what I'm asking.
It's the same question you
Yeah,
asked,
of
yeah?
course,
Right,
of
okay.
course.
Yeah, so what can I say? So I think the simple message is do something. Please do something. So we have also roadmaps. As long as they're on paper, they're worth nothing. Yeah. So we have to really act upon it. And I think if I can pick one of the elements out of it, please focus on education. And not just, as you said, not just education on the university, but it has to start with our children. Yeah. So when I look at the Volksschule, primary school, where my daughter is now, they are trying to do something, but it's really can be much more, and we have to start there, and then or even in kindergarten, and then from there build this kind of capabilities that we need in the future, because we are falling behind. Yeah. Other countries and continents are doing this, we don't, and not to that extent. And I think this is one thing, that I would love to see.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, of course. Because now the last one is Michael. The last one is Michael.
If you look in Austria, the government brought in the children in the between 10 and 15 years old. They have 2 classes where they get laptops. But to get an idea about, my daughter is in some of these classes. They got the laptop to make a digital education, and 1 time a year they are allowed to take it to school. So I only want to add this, how we are doing it. So there is a huge thing to do.
We take care for technology. Michael, you have heard the words, what they were saying. So what we gonna do?
Action is always the most important thing, because discussion is a good thing, but you have to act and you have to do something. And what I want to mention finally is that digitalization is a very important tool to face the crisis in the world, and especially, for example, the climate crisis. I was also responsible for our energy company in Styria, and when we want to reduce the gas, for example, you have to have data, you have to use this data. We have to have smart meters, for example, in the household, so that we can optimize this. So it's a very, very important tool, and as you mentioned, we should tell the companies, and we have to have a discussion about it, how can we use this tool to face the coming crisis, the actual crisis, but dealing with the energy crisis. Data and digitalization is very important, and if we want to use the new systems, the solar panels and so on, we need the right technical combination. And so it's important, it's a tool, it's a good tool, we should use it, and action is always the best.
Solve it, not only action. Okay, we have, Marianne, we have some minutes, or the time is over, because we started later. Okay. I think there are some questions now. I start with Jean-Jacques, then Andreas, and then Morten.
More than a question, a comment. We are very pleased to announce you that the University of Lorraine joined the European University Eureka Pro, in which the Mountain University Leoben play a very active role. Yeah. So that's it's a link between Grand Est and Styria, and I think that's my colleague from University of Lorraine, Vincent Bolly, Professor Vincent Bolly, that we are very happy that the links will be strengthened between our two regions. And maybe a question that's, we are facing the same problem in contest. Digitalization is not the only problem that we are facing, a big energetic crisis. And at the moment, in fact, the SMEs are in front of two challenges: that to solve the question of digitalizations and the greenizations of the business. And I think that we will succeed only if we could combine both. It's clear, and that's why at regional level that we set up a recovery plan for that crisis in order to provide assistance to companies to do both at the same moment. But my question that what is the most important challenges for SMEs in your region? Is to find the competencies, to find the money, to find the right partners to succeed in digitalizations. That's what is the main the main challenge for you?
All of them.
My quick answer is to find employees. We have, in our region in Styria, we cannot find employees. Very easy answer.
You call it talents in France. You call it talents. Okay, Andreas, professor. No?
Thank you. I think it's very, very great. And I would like to make a comment to Iris and to Michael. So for SMEs, what you have told was very interesting, that 95 or 99 said internet. And why is that? Because internet is a commodity. Internet is a commodity, everybody get access to it. Talk about broadband, maybe it's just about the speed. But to get internet requires very low effort and no key talent. Why is that? Because we had 50 years of research and development to make internet to the current state. Now, if we should use data and do data-driven decision, this is intrinsically hard because of two reasons. Why? Because it requires many, many skilled experts, and data-driven decision-making is not a commodity. It requires 20 years plus of research and development to make data-driven decision-making in an automated MLOps way, integrated into machines to make this a commodity. And if this is not solved for SMEs, I mean for Udeholm or Westalpine, I know Reine wants to hire 5 data engineers. SME cannot hire 5 data engineers. So they rely on external parties to commoditize data-driven decisions. And you need to make this available after this job is done, to be maintained, to be updated, and so on, in an Amazon or in a Tesla way, to cope with the drift in the data, to cope with the quality of data, and so on. So this is very important that we make this barrier for data, enabling data-driven decision-making on scale in an agile way for SMEs as low as possible.
Thank you for that point. Morten, very quickly, because Marianne gets a bit nervous.
May I react quickly on this question? So we can also not find these 5 data engineers, by the way, because they are not available for us as well. So it's also a problem on talent that we are lacking. Yeah. From everywhere, from a startup to a scale-up to a bank to a whatever it is. Yeah? So it's not really bound to our industry anymore, and this is where we are competing with everybody in the market, actually, on this talent that is so short. Yeah?
Sorry, Morten?
Morten Øyen. I'm a member of the External Experts Advisory Board in DigiTeRRI. I have a question for Michael Ulm. I'm afraid I lost you a bit in the beginning when you mentioned definition of SMEs. What I wondered, do you operate with a separate definition of SMEs in Austria to the EU definition? Or is it the same definition?
We have the definition in Austria about SMEs from 0 to 205 people. It's the same euro. It's the same definition, yeah.
Okay. I think we have to, is there, okay, she's telling me I have to close.
One quick thought, sorry, to spoil this now. But I think we gathered a lot of knowledge. So what I heard, especially from SMEs and looking at the 3 of all of you, so we could offer to also, share this knowledge. I think this is the sharing economy that we need to get into. So when I talked about digital academy and all these kind of things, this shouldn't be just only there for First Alpina. We can also kind of share this knowledge that we have there. So I don't know to whom to talk to afterwards, but let us really think about other ways on how we can do the education. Yeah.
Okay.
I must add it, that's the only way we can do it, in my opinion. And it's a question of the age. It's a question to be open, how open you are. And for Austria, and also on the politician side, in my opinion, that's the most important thing. Share your knowledge.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for you. Okay. Now I can't stop them. Styrians.
No, I can't stop. I'm not French, but I need this time. No, about the definition of SMEs. It was really important to understand that in Austria it's the backbone of Austria, that we have a really huge number of SMEs. This was the reason why I've pointed that out. The industry is important, the SMEs are important, to work together is important, but we have to know about these facts.
Okay, so now I think we have to come to an end. First of all, I think we made everything right, because you said that what we had, no, my micro. Okay, we have everything on our vision. So we are open, share knowledge, create knowledge, and then act. So this is the principle for the future, I would say. And there's still one question open about my personal view. If you go to the Google machine, enter my name, scroll down, then you know about my passion. Thanks a lot, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, all to you.
Thank you so much. This was an interesting session, and we got an idea which competences here in Styria. Thank you so much. Before we go to lunch, we have one more presentation, and this is Anders. Yeah, here, Anders. Anders, we switch a little bit to smart specialization, and I think we have, in Sweden, we can learn a lot from them. In Karlstad, there is the Smart Specialization Academy, and the OECD has assessed the smart specialization academies in the world, all of them, and Karlstad is the best smart specialization academy in the world. And therefore, I have to, because we talk here about regional development and smart specialization, and therefore it is a great pleasure that Anders can present and can talk to us about the Smart Specialization Academy. And he is also in the county of Värmland, and yeah, it's very good to have him here. Welcome.
Yes, thank you so much for inviting me.
20 minutes?
Yes. I think you have to put some restrictions to that statement from the OECD. It's in a small region with one university and very developed cluster cooperation. Then I think it's something behind that statement that we are kind of a global best practice, among others. And I'm very happy to tell a little bit about the story behind this. So first, we have formed now the second smart specialization strategy. It was adopted and approved by our politicians on the 8th of March, which was very good timing, because we are also focusing very much on gender integration in smart specialization. That's one of our strongest areas, and that's because it's needed. It's really needed. See if I manage to change the slides. There it goes. So just a short, a brief presentation of our present strategy, so you get an idea what it is about. The vision is a sustainable Värmland that makes a global difference. This might sound as a very bold statement, but I think, and I'm quite sure that with our innovations that are very often or almost always in a sustainable direction, sometimes also changing the world market and changing the world, the way of how we do things. For instance, recycling cotton. We have a technology in there that is scaling up. And our smart specializations, they are the forest-based bioeconomy. I think that's our strongest area. We also have a big manufacturing industry and steel industry with Uddeholm, Voestal Alpine, as you heard today, as the, I would say, the leader in that smart specialization. We also work with sustainable solutions connected with photovoltaics, where we have a strong test bed and strong research groups at the university, at Karlstad University. We also have digital health innovation, which is more of a softer, so to speak, area, which also is very strong and is improving in a very high pace. And Ingrid Ivars from Compare is one of them in that team working with that specialization. We also have attraction through sustainable place development, which is a little bit odd when it comes to smart specialization, but we also have some innovation in that area when it comes to digitalization of the experience of places. Food in sustainable interactions, mainly the food area connects to the forest-based bioeconomy, because it's there we have the test beds, we have the knowledge about the process industry, about packaging, etc. And last and not least, but yet quite small, there's the computer games and gamification, and that lies on the foundation of that we happen to have, I think, the biggest gaming company in Europe, Embracer. That's our unicorn in our region that we are very proud of. And they are closely involved in the development of this strategy now as well. And we have also realized that we have a number of assets. If you gather these three smart specialization on the left hand, we have significant resources to work with the development of the smarter energy system. And there's a research group that Andreas Kassler, for instance, lead. They can also work with machine learning, how to optimize the electric grid. And the other side of the smart specializations, they have joined forces within areas as sustainable, healthy, and equal smart societies. This is our first stepping and trembling steps for working with the mission-oriented approach, which the European Commission nowadays are rolling out, especially connected to the Interreg Europe program. And we try to find ways to contribute and be a little bit a part of these missions. And we also have a number of perspectives that we try to integrate into the smart specializations. And the way we work is that we have platforms for one on each of the smart specializations and also for the perspectives. So we have organizations driving more or less open innovation processes connected to these areas. And they have the responsibility and also the mandate to be a leader of these processes. So, for instance, the forest-based bioeconomy, the holder of the open platform is the Paper Province, and digital health innovation, and there we have Compare, for instance. But also, you see this digitalization perspective that should go through all smart specializations. That is also, there we have put the responsibility also on Compare to drive this together with the Region Värmland ourselves as well. Now to Karlstad University. It's quite easy for us because we have one university, so we can have a very close cooperation with with Karlstad University. And for us from Region Värmland, from our side, it's important that Karlstad University is internationally strong with excellent research and with a strong sense of the place. That's the thing, to have both those perspectives in mind if you want to cooperate with the university. Otherwise, it doesn't fit them. So you have to have a good understanding of the culture and the driving forces for university. And we have formed a common brand, the Academy for Smart Specialization, where we gather all projects, research and innovation projects at Karlstad University under this hat. And we have a management capacity together to coordinate this research and do monitoring it, etc. And also to promote it and make it well known. And what happens over the years, this is not a new invention. We have worked with this kind of cooperation, I think, soon 20 years. But what happens that there is always or continuously new research groups that decide to join the Academy for Smart Specialization. So this is a growing community among the researchers at Karlstad University, the Academy for Smart Specialization. And we are building trust, which is needed. You can't order researchers to do things, but you can attract them. So this is the front page of the evaluation that Marianne mentioned. We had an evaluation group in January 2020, just before the COVID broke out, and got the final report in June the same year. So some codes here from this study, that they could see a high acceptance and implementation levels of smart specialization in Värmland. And the commitment to the implementation and subsequent performance of the strategy is evident across a large range of regional innovation actors, including the regional authorities, which I represent, Karlstad University, and the cluster organizations in Värmland. And the strategy carries a high substantive importance to the regional innovation stakeholders, confirming its transformative potential. I think the letter here is very important, that it has a transformative potential for the regional economy. But it doesn't happen over one night, but I think we are on that track. Yeah, I can skip this. So, a little bit of history. Why could we come to this position? This is the front page of our first smart specialization strategy. It was formed during 2014 and approved 2015. And the statement we did there is that specializations are both about what we are good at, which all regions do, but also what we are good for. And I think that's the point, that it should also bring values for sustainable development, for digitalization, the green transition, etc. And it does not only happen to be two women on the front page. It's also, I think we were the first region in Europe to make a full gender integration of a smart specialization strategy. So all sentences, all actions were scrutinized in that respect. At that time, we had 5 smart specializations, 5 clusters, Karlstad University Center role, the newly started Karlstad Innovation Park, a science park, was a part of it. We have the Brussels representation. We also, at that time, have started an accelerator in the forest-based bioeconomy, the STING bioeconomy, which now are scouting startups from Sweden, the Nordic countries, including the Baltic countries, but in practice, the whole globe. We have startup companies now from England and from Canada, etc., within this accelerator. We have test beds in the region, etc. So smart specialization in Värmland, that is more than business, research, competitiveness and growth. It's also about contribute to mitigating climate change, support fossil-free products, the circular economy, personal health, gender equality, the experience industry and culture. It's about digitalization in teaching and learning, innovation in public sector, in the health sector, for instance, and also now even more emphasized social innovation, so we can also get the bottom-up approach and involve civil society and the inhabitants in our region in the broader sense in smart specialization. Marianne, please say when I have to wrap up and this. Yeah. These are some examples from 2020, and now we have even more startup companies from the forest-based bioeconomy. And then you should know that in 2014-15, we had literally no startup companies within the forest-based bioeconomy. The approach was that we have a strong industry, very conservative, very expensive processes. You can't fiddle with them. That was the general conception. But when we started this process, starting up this STING bioeconomy, STING stands, by the way, for Stockholm Innovation and Growth, and why Värmland? We are 300 kilometers from Stockholm. That's because in Stockholm Innovation and Growth, they realized they don't have the ecosystem in Stockholm for industrial acceleration, but we have, in Värmland, we have it. And we have proved now for 7 years it works. Startup companies find it attractive to come to Värmland, and we can help them with a number of assets and knowledge assets to make them accelerate in a process industry. And we have a good number of them. You have, for instance, Wood Tube. They are making construction equipment for walls indoors on paper. And they are building a factory now. We have Lixea. There are some women that have made research at Imperial College in London for a new method to make cellulose-based raw materials of other feedstocks than wood available for cellulose and lignin production, for instance. And I think that's a good example of making a global difference. That could, if they succeed, we can get access to very much bigger feedstocks for cellulose and lignin than we can do in these days. Bright Day Graphene, they have their origin in Stockholm as well as KTH. If they succeed with their innovation, they can potentially produce graphene, this super material, in bulk scale with very high quality with the forest-based and other raw materials. Today, you have to knock on the graphene samples to produce small volumes of graphene. Yeah, there are a number of very exciting startup companies that have a very big potential. And this specialization, digitalization of welfare services, there we managed to get a national funding for 10 years with where we should develop an internationally competitive innovation system within this area. And actually, we were competing with Stockholm in that competition to be a Vinvext winner. But I heard from beside that our group, they talked as one group. In Stockholm, they came and made one presentation per actor and had no interaction within each other. So we are small. We can integrate ourselves more than the big cities and be faster also. We have proved it in that way. Yeah, Ingrid showed this slide yesterday as well, and I think that's a very good sign of how this area has evolved from 2019 actually to I think 2021, where DigitalWell and Compare have grown their network in an amazing way. And for instance, when you have investors forums, you have not 1 or 2 or 10 investors, you have 200 or 300 investors looking at our startup companies, thanks also to the digitalization and the corona as well. Yes, advanced manufacturing and complex systems. That's the manufacturing industry, and our today strongest research group and most promising is the DAMI 4.0 group, Digitalized Adaptive Manufacturing Industry 4.0, which Andreas is the founder of and the leader of today. But I think you have taken away the 4.0 because now you can see 5.0 or even 6.0. So DAMI is the name nowadays. And my understanding of it is that you have all aspects of digitalization within the industry for implementation in the industry. But not only these technical aspects, you have also added competencies about business development, because you might have to also change the business models when you transform your company in such a revolutionary way. But also the softer side, so the Gender Studies Center at Karlstad University are also a part of this center for digitalization and industry. So I think it's a very beautiful example on how the researchers from different groups at the university can come together and build a multidisciplinary team. And see, I can also add to this. This also builds on an investment, a joint investment we did, Region Värmland and Karlstad University 10 years ago, which started. There we jointly funded 10 new professorships. I think I will never do that again in my career. That was a unique opportunity. And now it shows that 4 of them were quite crucial to form this DAMI research group. So I made that conclusion, and others has made it as well. So it's a very obvious sign that it pays off, such kind of investments. And now we have a new agreement with Karlstad University, and I think I've finalized my presentation here. So we have a new agreement with Karlstad University under the brand the Academy for Smart Specialization. Our politicians has promised to support with at least €1 million per year to support research and innovation at Karlstad University. And Karlstad University, they also co-fund with at least as much. And we also have an expectation that they should gather external funding for also 1 million at least. And what we can see happens even out of that is that the researchers also apply for funding for other sources. So historically, we have found that €1 from Region Värmland contributes to research for €10 at Karlstad University. So it pays back very much from our side to invest at Karlstad University. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Anders. It was for me a very great experience to learn from how Värmland and how work together, this bottom-up approach, this democracy approach, and so on, and how you communicate to each other. And so I thought it is important that we have this presentation here, and therefore thank you so much. And we can talk to him. You can talk to him during the lunch break now, half an hour about, and we are back a 1:45. Okay, please. Thank you so much. Ach so, das ist jetzt erst noch da. Da sitzen wir aber da. Okay, er sitzt mir jetzt da.
Bloß noch ein bisschen Luft rein, bevor.
Ah ja, das haben wir jetzt nicht aufgemacht, oh Gott. Ah, eh schon, danke, danke. Ah, ich verstehe. So, let's start. Wir haben jetzt nämlich nicht Marlin. Marlin ist jetzt nicht. Die haben wir gestrichen. Gecancelt. So. Hello, everybody. I know this is the last few hours we are together, and so it's not easy after this dense program and after lunch. However, I have a little change in the program. We will not talk about evaluation. We thought this is an internal thing. Marlin said we could use this time to speed up a little bit. And therefore, we just start with the impact session. And this should show what we really have achieved, the concrete results. And for that, I would like, so first, I think Helene Vogelmann is the first presenter. She is the Research and Innovation Coordinator in North Middle West in Sweden. Yes, she does innovation. She's an expert in innovation systems and process development, in multi-stakeholder governance, and so a long list. She's really an expert in regional development, and I'm very pleased that you present the impact of Värmland. Helene. You have 10 minutes.
Yeah, and you cue me, right?
Yes.
Good. The green button. This reminds me of Matrix. Are you going to take the red pill or the blue pill? The green one. But it doesn't move. Yeah. What? Ah. Okay. First of all, thank you for having me here as telling about the impact in Värmland that DigiTeRRI has had and still has. And also, I would like to extend a great thank you to the DigiTeRRI team and the leadership. It has and is excellent. And I think this is a project that combines excellence with passion and having fun. And the last one is really important to keep us going. Now, impact. I think impact is one of those words that it's really like a box, right? It's edgy, it's hard to understand, it's demanding. You know, you have to show, in terms of results, you have to show long-term impact often. And I think that is quite a tough thing in a 3-year project. So I would like to quote a poet from Sweden who's called, his name was, he's dead now, Gunnar Ekelöf. And he said in one of his poems that you can see a large ship in the fog way out on the ocean. And the only notion you have that something is there is a shadow moving very slowly. And maybe you hear the engines quite far away. But you know that it's there because there's one wave, there's another wave, and there's a third wave. And I think impact is actually, I would change the word, I know it's required, but to change. And what is change fundamentally? We've had so many great speakers here yesterday and today, and I'm not going to word about it. I think it has been said a lot about it, but I think change and transformation is much more human. We all feel, in one way we love change, and in many ways we fear change. And we love to tell everybody else that they have to change. But when it comes to oneself or the own organization, that's quite hard, actually. So that was just a little bit of thoughts that I got. Now, this is Karlstad. It's a beautiful, beautiful river, Klarälven, and it's about a little bit over 100,000 inhabitants. One perspective of impact or change is that if you're a small region, change implies something, I think. And Anders has very forcefully and very good explained how we work in Värmland. And I'm going to build on that. And I think that the density of networking has been building up in, over 25 years or so, with clusters, the Academy for Smart Specialization, the politicians are on board, and so on and so on. But change, real change for a small territory implies, in my mind, that you have to go outside in as well. So we are the smallest territory in the DigiTeRRI project, so we're the babies, right? Or let's say the teenagers, in size-wise. And it implies to me, for a transformatorial future, it implies to me that it's really important to go outside the territory and bring home new ideas, knowledge, examples, but most of all, bring back networking, the individual networking between people and then their organizations. And I think DigiTeRRI has been a wonderful example, and it's a huge impact, I think, for our territory in Värmland. Another thing about, that was the pro, and there's always another side of the coin, right? So the other side of the coin is that the density of networking and the tight networks and the common understanding in between organizations and individuals in Värmland also can build small walls of letting the new actually come in to the development of Värmland. And I think that's always a danger when you have a really strong network. You have to also realize that people or organizations or ideas that come in needs to be curated so they're not pushed off the cliff in a way. So here are some facts. There are 16 municipalities. We're quite few, as I said, and we have lots of forest. And we have mooses, and we have wild animals, and so on. And I think we share this love for nature and natural resources with Styria, as we listen today. Actually, I've been hiking in all the 16 municipalities, so I kind of feel like I know a little bit of Värmland. Okay, now to the hard facts. The hard fact is that North Middle Sweden, not only Värmland, has a great challenge. It has all to do about being innovative, but it has to do about competitiveness and attractiveness. Attractiveness of people, money, and companies. And that is in the long-term game, right? So that is not a quick fix. And it's all about this, actually. If we believe, this is an analogy with a frog, and I don't know if it's true, but somebody might enlighten me, is that when you put a frog in a cold pot, it stays there. And it feels like, ooh, this is a nice environment. And then you turn up the heat, and it still stays there. It doesn't jump out. But in terms of being transformative, and in terms of embracing digitalization on all levels, from all aspects, not only the industry and the companies, the whole of Värmland, we need to recognize that without digitalization and what it can bring in terms of green transformation, twin transition, and so on, we need to see that we may be on dial 2 on the stove. So the water is getting warmer, and we need to jump out. And I think projects like DigiTeRRI, in terms of impact or change, bring that recognition in many ways. And one recognition is very human, to listen to other people, to listen to other organizations. Great examples today from Styria. That builds up the courage to keep on the work and say to the other frogs in their pots on the stove, to say, guys, let's jump out together and create the new future. Let's do it. And early on in the project, in terms of change and impact, what DigiTeRRI has brought to us is that we actually asked a national network, an organization, to explain to us, and it was Costa University and Eamon who arranged it, what is RRI? And I have to admit, I take it on myself, that I just thought, what is RRI? Is it social innovation? Is it impact investment? Is it demand-driven innovation? Is it challenge-driven innovation? Is it societal challenges? What is it? And I have a background as a CEO from Mobile Heights, which is a digital IoT, AI, and so on cluster in southern Sweden. So I kind of grasped a little bit of digitalization, but RRI put together with digitalization, I think that workshop you had, Eamon, at Costa University helped all of us in Sweden, in Värmland, to get a kind of notion how we could manage this. And as we listened yesterday, there are disasters innovation and innovation strategies, and there are value-based innovation strategies. And I think that one thing that we can take with us, and impact-wise or change-wise, is always to ask ourselves when we do projects or strategies or funding, do we actually have all these aspects of our RRI with us, mainstreaming it into what we do? And I'm happy to announce that DigiTeRRI also has impact in Dalarna. And we are not replicating, because you can't do that, but we're taking what we learned from DigiTeRRI and the implementation of the project in Värmland to Dalarna into a process with the research and innovation actors and the civil society in Dalarna. And we will see what the results will be. The last workshop, the third, is in the 16th of November. And so far, over 70 people have participated. And as many of you have said, this is a journey. And I'm looking at Anders. And I think the smart specialization strategy is one of the vehicles that we will use as an overall driver, and also emphasize digitalization as a horizontal means and RRI as a kind of spectra to bring up the value-based innovation perspective, and also a vertical area that we will work with in the strategy. And of course, there are immaturities. And I would say that the broadband is quite okay in Värmland. It's been developing quite good. And it's also a national priority for Sweden. I would agree with the speakers today from the business side that we have the same challenges when it comes to SMEs. We also have excellent research, but how do we bring knowledge into companies to create innovation and value for them? And we've been talking just during lunch shortly how we could do that and how we could think about that. So that's also an impact that when we meet and other knowledge and dialogues comes to us, we think about, I think the last word was action. We think about how can we make this actionable, which brings me back to where I started, actually, change. And I want to bring this on a personal note, because I won't point at you and say you have changed. I will point at myself and say that truly the DigiTeRRI Project has brought me to another understanding of value-based innovation in terms of digitalization. And I can see now in a policy perspective where the EU Commission is going. But also on a personal note to all of you and the DigiTeRRI team, it has brought me a lot of new colleagues that are much brighter than me. So thank you much.
Next, I will introduce Franz Edler. He has a doctoral degree in engineering from the Montana University in Leoben. He is a manager in the Center for Applied Science in Leoben. You know him, for supporting spin-offs. And yeah, Franz, the floor is yours.
6 minutes.
Because,
So,
Franz has to share the time with Erich, because we have two presenters here, okay?
so we heard today that all about sharing, so I shared my time with Erich. Yes, thank you. I'm Franz Edler. I'm working for an incubator in Leoben, and that's an incubator for spin-offs from the Montana University and startups in Leoben. And I'm part of the DigiTeRRI team in Styria. And so, the big one. So, my part of the project was together with Erich. So we are in the side of startups, entrepreneurs, and to bring that all together with the RI aspects in the region. And so the first thing was we have a stakeholder workshop in Bruck an der Mur, and then we developed the roadmap. And after the roadmap, we have to define the actions that we can go through this roadmap. And for that, it was very important that we get an image about our society in our region. So, and then I worked, I just have the discussion with Julia, and it was very special because we recognized that you are not only a person in the region, you are also a person who is the manager of an industrial company or a SME, or you're working for an organization. But also you are a family father, and you are a member of a football team, and so on. And so that's bubbles in the society, but you are everywhere. So you jump from one bubble to the other, and you have to find the interface, you have the contact points. And so our region is a big bubble form, and we have to strengthen that, and then we have to force the cohesion from all these bubbles. And digitalization can help us to manage all these things. So that were our goals. So to strengthen the regional cohesion, and also to make the regional offers more easily available, so that we make awareness programs, we make trainings, and also all under the law of the European law from the data protection. That is very important, because we should go a unique way in the world, in that way that we think that our values are implemented in that way. So we split it in two parts. There was a regional part from the actions, and the cross-regional action from the DigiTeRRI project. So on the regional side, we thought about that. We made a workshop about a regional universal platform, and then 3 minutes, and then also combine it with marketing strategies, new marketing strategies for startups and SMEs in the region, and also the best practice cases from cities and the municipalities. So bring everything together and learn from the best cases from the cities, because they have more money than a small municipal with about 600 to 1,000 inhabitants. And maybe find more interfaces for the multi-platform region. In that way, the digital, because we have a regional platform, we have municipal platform, we have city platforms, and how to bring them together. And also we have lighthouse projects. Erich was very busy in that part, which we have to make a nudge for those people in the society who are very traditional people and traditional companies as well, they don't like to, to aware them that they can profit from this digitalization and they can make their company more successful. So, and the international part was very interesting because with Brigitte we make the B2B meetings. That's the meetings 20 minutes over the digital regions. And so you get the possibility to talk with people for a certain time, 20 minutes. And it was very fruitful for all of the DigiTeRRI team, as well as participants from Europe. And we make an incubator exchange. And the aim was to cooperate, to find cooperation actions for supporting startups in our regions. And so we invented training for international online fairs because so you can combine everything. So the challenge to explore new markets, to the appearance on online fairs, so it's a little bit different to an physical fair with an online booth, and how I get visible on such an online fair. And what's very special is all under the aspects of the RI keys also. And it was very interesting because I have a discussion with Stephanie. And as I explained to her our plan for such a training for online fairs, she told me, but you forgot the gender aspect. So, and this one was very good because, okay, but gender and online fairs, how can I connect that? And then, yes, because we have experts, they give feedback to the exhibitors, and they can also give them a feedback if a female or a male is attractive to this company, and also from all regions from DigiTeRRI. So we have experts from all regions from DigiTeRRI, and they give the feedback to the exhibitors, and so they get knowledge about the market also from another country. Yes, and so that was, I come to the end. There was a little aspect from the RI, but that the key topics from the RI was very helpful, because so if you are organizing an event and an action, they're always implemented and they give you that you don't forget something which is really important for the society. So, thank you. So.
Now, is this here? Okay. Erich Weber. He is the managing director in City of Brook and Moor. He deals with marketing, labor market and policy measures, economic development, city marketing, event organizations. Okay?
The big bubble.
So, and he presents some specific impacts he achieved in DigiTeRRI.
Yes, thank you. Welcome. I will now do the nightmare for the organizers of this meeting. I will cancel at the moment all my presentations. Yes. So, because it's very easy. I prepared a lot of sheets. You can receive them later with the dissemination of this Congress, the final conference. I think I recognized in the past months in the journey through DigiTeRRI, but also yesterday and today, we should rethink in the regions. We should rethink on the level of the municipalities. So I'm standing here as a representative of a small municipality. We are talking about a municipality with 16,000 inhabitants. My job was since 1993, I promoted, I organized and developed measures to integrate long-term unemployed persons in the region, integrate them back in the labor market. Very strange. Today we have heard Mr. Eder from the first. So my first project in 1993 in the region was how to bring people, long-term unemployed, back into the labor market, which were fired by companies like First, because there was a bad time in the region, in the economy, and my job was to develop measures how to bring them back. Now we're in a situation that we need the people. We need the people, the big companies, the small companies, you have heard it, searching for the people. Now, the people are anywhere. We need them in the gastronomy, in the hotellery, we need them everywhere, in the social area. And that will be the big challenge. And that was also my part in the project. I was always the junior partner, because I'm responsible for employment service, I do city marketing, developed in the last years 2 business parks in our city. We just bought a big area, and my next step is to develop this area to create new jobs, new services in the city of Bruck-an-der-Mur. As I said, a small city with small possibilities due to the financial situation. But my point of view is, please take care about the grassroots. Please take care, you're all experts, scientists. But we are talking about people in the background which we need for the companies, for the SMEs and for the industry. So we developed actions. On our way with the roadmap, we developed actions. As Franz already said, we set up a lot of actions. And we also set up actions in the city of Bruck-an-der-Mur. So, and the impact to us from DigiTeRRI was, we had 2 actions which I had prepared for today. One was, tried area, more or less, because it was a project which was coming out of the stakeholder process about blackout prevention. But blackout prevention with digitalization, so there is one missing link. The link is, if there's a blackout, you have no electricity. No electricity means, for the most of the people, no digital access. And on the other side, we had a project, because it was for me important, we have to sensitize the people. We have to sensitize not the management. The management is already sensitized. We had to sensitize the people which we need to work with digital instruments. And we had one basic small instrument, which is part of my presentation, which you will receive together with the documentation. It was a small project with QR codes, where we opened, for example, the access to the internet for small companies, small shops in the city of Bruck-an-der-Mur, gave them the possibility, especially after COVID-19, when we recognized that a lot of the companies, the small companies, small family companies which are running shops in the city, lost the contact to their clients because they have no homepage, no online shops, and so on. So, and we created an instrument how we bring them on a low level to the digitalization. But it's a small step for you as an expert, but it was a big step for the companies. And that's my point of view, and that's my impact, which I take out of DigiTeRRI and our city take out of DigiTeRRI. A lot of experts had great ideas. The industry is searching. The small and medium enterprises are searching for people. But do not forget how to activate the people on the grassroots and bring them to the digitalization. Thank you.
Thank you, Erich. You did it good. Wow. Yeah, because I have already pronounced that you will talk about blackout and about this shop, this QR code. And good that you mentioned it, because the people were curious to hear about. Now, I like to bring to the floor to the stage Stephanie and Vincent. They do it together. Stephanie works for the Grand Est, Grand Neuf in France. She's project manager there. She is an expertise in implementation of monitoring units in the field of business intelligence. And Vincent, I have already introduced him yesterday. He's professor at the University Lorraine, and he's co-founder from the engineering school dedicated to innovation. And they will present the impact in Grand Est.
Thank you, Marianne. So good afternoon. As you can see, we are a duo, so we are going to sing you a DigiTeRRI song. No, it's a joke. No, No, okay. No, just before speaking about the impact on Grand-Est DigiTeRRI, I just would like to present you just some key figures about our region. Yes, it's the biggest region in this territory, but it's also a difficulty for us because it's quite big, so it's not always easy to attract people, as I told you yesterday. I let you a link to discover our region because we don't have enough time to show you this presentation, but I love the presentation from SFJ this morning. So we are a population about more than 5 million inhabitants. Concerning our size, it's the twice size of Belgium. We have the chance, for us it's really a chance to be a border region in Belgium, Luxembourg, Germany and Switzerland. And some economic points are we are the second region, so third French industrial region after Paris and Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region. And second for agriculture. Our main industries are mechanics, agri-food industries, textile, chemistry, and medtech. And we have 6 clusters. So of course, Materialia in materials and process, BioValley in health and medtech, Fibre Énergie in construction, Hydreos in water, PVF in mobility, and Bio for Change, the bioeconomy cluster. A cluster in France, it's gather, I would say, triple helix, which gather research, business, of course, and education. Just some key figures about our innovation, about our ecosystem innovation. We have 200,000, excuse me, students in our region. Different universities. One of them is present here. It's University of Lorraine, with more than, I would say, 60,000 students. So in fact, it's the same number in Styria. 2 European campus, 5 Nobel Prizes winners, nearly, I would say, nearly 200 laboratories, and nearly 10,000 researchers. And other figures concerning our innovation ecosystem, we are more than 400 patents, 6 incubators, 1 accelerator, belong to Grand Enough Plus, and 3 incubators for students, and is not indicated in this slide, but we have to include it. We have, I would say, different, like KM0. We have, what's the name in English, tiers-lieux. So it's ecosystem. Is not indicated in this slide, but I think we have to add this kind of value-added ecosystem. And concerning our regional strategy, we launched in 2020 during the COVID context the new plan called Business Act. It's the recovery and recovery plan for Grand-Est region. In order to better support our companies, that is to say industrial companies and also providers and also services providers, focused on 4 drivers, 4 aspects: digital, environment, Industry 5.0 and health. And on this scheme, you can see we had a lot of works, that is to say, different projects to realize a scheme, Grand Est transformation, the new research center in the next slide. And of course, all the support we want to realize with our companies. To focus on digital aspect, we have the new name, JET, Grand Est Transformation Digital, focus on digital aspect. And on this scheme, you can see all the steps to support our company, from awareness until implementation. But Rémi Pierrat will speak more about this regional strategy, so I'll let him the floor later. And to come back at DigiTeRRI Impact, because it's the most important here, it's important from my personal point of view. We are 3 regional partners, Grand Plus, the Regional Innovation Agency, Materalia, the cluster, which belong more than 100 members, and University of Florence. And for me, it was, first of all, important to better know each other, because for us, it's, I would say, a force, a strong, to after implement our actions on the territory. So I'll let the floor to Vincent if you want to explain better our impact.
Okay, thank you very much. Before explaining the impact of DigiTeRRI in our territory, I would refer to Hélène. She said impact is more something like change. And I would like, if you agree with me, change and building. What we want is to, let's say, supply something new in the society. So change and building. To point out what we have done in Grand Est, I would highlight 3 elements. First, about strategy. What we wanted to do is not to, our role is not to define a new strategy of digitalization. It was to integrate RI in the current strategy. And I will let the expert of this domain explain you the strategy and the way we diffuse RI in this strategy. We are not elected representative for this moment. So this second point is to work on awareness, to explain what is RI, what is responsiveness, and to explain to each other, to all our people we work with, that they have a role in the diffusion of responsiveness and RI. And then one very important aspect is to build collaboration all over Europe. And the present event shows that we are the right place to live and the right place to develop new politics. So the first aspect is to integrate RI in the strategy of our region. I would just say that we have a strong example and very practical aspect in the results, the outcomes we obtain in the Région Grand Est. And for example, today there is a tool where you can integrate RI in the selection of the best project to be funded in the region. So it's a wonderful results, and it's the result of many meetings, collaboration, and also demonstration. When we organize this roadmap with so many people, road mapping activities, it shows that we have a strong methodology, and I think it helps, let's say, decision maker to understand that RI is very important. A second aspect is the process. we have to understand that we seek for outcomes, results, but what we are in charge is also the process. What is the dynamic we create on the territory? What kind of communication channels we create in our territory? And so road mapping, programs, demonstration is part of our result. I think we have improved and deployed a process of integration of RI in our territory. And it's a result for me. And another aspect is to collaborate with existing structure, because there are so many entrepreneurs in the region. So to collaborate with them to improve the awareness, the general awareness about RI. And so we participate, for example, in action called Digitalisation. Do you know, let's say a question, how many people do you think, what is the percentage of people in a rural area that never participate to a scientific conference? What would you say? How many, what's the percentage? 70? 95? Yeah, it's near 90%. 90%. And do you know, some participate and attend some conference through internet. So it's very, very low, in fact. So we participate to an action where we were going in small villages, present digital technologies and what is responsiveness around all these technologies. Another aspect is we are very proud to have present all the job opportunities to young girls at the high schools, college, and in primary schools and so on. So we presented all many opportunities. Zero? Ah, yeah, you're joking. What a stress. And so we are very proud because we have many female executives that presented job opportunities to very young women and explaining that you can work with a computer being responsible and trying to get a responsible sense in your life. So it was wonderful. We have hundreds of young women that participate to this action. So we really work and have results about awareness. Another aspect is that we decided with all the colleagues in Grand Est to add some action, to test some new action to develop awareness. And to when a few minutes ago someone say we have to share knowledge, okay? One company, when we were working about this roadmap and this visioning, said we have to change totally the relation between education and companies. So we decided to launch some action, and for example, Devi, my colleague, was in charge of a new program where executives of small companies and public institutions train in the same time with some students. So they work on the same training models, they work on the same exercises, and they develop together some digital device prototype. And so the way we share and experience and knowledge between executive companies and students was a kind of innovative way to develop responsible activities. Another aspect is also about the diffusion of a manifesto about artificial intelligence, and this manifesto has been signed by many companies and experts. And we also organize, our colleagues of Materialia organize a very interesting workshop about how you can find information on internet for companies with experts, but also with companies that have no people that are aware of all the opportunities and the possibilities to find information on internet. So at let's say a low level. One other aspect is about, and I will finish about with this aspect, is that we really have let's say, we are sure that we have built a European collaboration through all along this plan action process, and we really have started some sustainable relation with all the DigiTeRRI members, and it's very important, and it's a very wonderful outcome, and I think that we have a lot of perspective to make all these activities sustainable. Thank you.
I can use this. Thank you so much about that. I have prepared several questions to you. However, as Erich did, I changed them completely now. Because I thought, because Helene said, what is this about change? Impact is about change. And Vincent underlined it, this is about change and build. And now I would like to ask you, and this is about impact now, think 3-4 years ahead, 2025 or 2026, you remember, oh, there was some years ago DigiTeRRI Project, and then you think, yes, this change was initiated by DigiTeRRI. What do you think about your region? What can you tell something? I was in this DigiTeRRI team, and yes, we have initiated this change. Please, can you? Who would like to be the first? Yeah.
That was a really tough one, Marianne. It's a foresight in about 2 minutes of thoughts, so bear with me. I would say that in 5 years or 3 years, I think that the territory of Värmland and all the research and innovation organizations in Värmland actually will be functioning on a platform, an open platform. And I think that that would be an innovation in organization that also implies that you have to see what are the new processes of collaboration. And that would be an innovation of process, right? So 2 major innovations, how you organize in a territory that is as big as Värmland, or rather small in a European context. And 2, how you actually then create value in each step of collaboration. And the third one, and then that is, I think, thank you for bringing that up, is I think critical thinking is always good, and you should always point the finger towards yourself. Even though you want to do good in a project, you might also fail. And I think failure is actually a good thing if you do something about it, action. So an innovation or renewal of a way of working is also to engage the citizens of Värmland. Because I think that we in Värmland did not really succeed in that, bringing the citizens on equal terms to the table to discuss different perspectives in family life, in humans as private persons. Because I think that would bring more power, more creative thought, more new civil services. I think that we have to innovate the civil service. And I think that this implies that the services provided by the public sector needs to be more innovative as well. So as a public servant, I would say that our organizations have to change as well. So 3 innovations.
this remain from DigiTeRRI Project?
I would say it was enforced, the thought, and then brought into the strategy of Värmland, the innovation strategy of Värmland.
Great, wow, we did a good job. Yeah, okay. Now, and in Styria, Franz, how would you say, what remained, what will have changed? And you say, oh, wow, this was initiated by DigiTeRRI.
I think it's, yeah, what about the actions we did? So if we don't have these RI keys, it's as guideline, it would organize different. So with that, it was more, we engaged more of the society, we have more cooperation, and that makes the actions that successful. So that was a benefit from the DigiTeRRI project.
Okay, yeah. Erich, how do you see this?
For me and for a small city, as I said, I think it's important. We have to do the next step. We have to open ourselves, our way of thinking, our way of working, our structures. We have to be more active in the direction of digitalization. And we already did some small steps within DigiTeRRI in the project period. So for example, Mike Ulm, who's sitting here, I think at the same place in the morning, Mike Ulm is one of the companies in one of our business parks. And we realized that there are some common ideas, and I think it's a kickoff. So DigiTeRRI was a kickoff for us to start with a process to make more advertising sensibilization into the local system. And that's one of the outputs of DigiTeRRI actually, and I think it will be growing in the future. And honestly, of course, some of the ideas we took for our actions, they came out of discussions with colleagues in this round. And if you look on our project QR code, you mentioned it, it will be in the presentation. Maybe someone here in the group will be remembered that we talked about it at the transnational meeting, and therefore I say thank you for this idea.
Thank you so much. How is the situation in Grand Est?
In Grand Est region, I think we won a step on education because we engage several, and I would say more than 100, in fact, students, young people, and I hope we change their way of understanding too. Also illustration, photo, we use it to, we can reuse it in the future, so it helps us to remain also DigiTeRRI project. We will use it for other actions or and videos realized by WeDo. So for us, it's a positive point to, in 3 years or 4 years, I hope we will engage students also to create responsible, innovative products also.
Thank you. And Vincent?
Yeah, I'd like to highlight two aspects. The first one is methodologies. I think we really build all together some ways, some formalized approaches to develop RI in our territories, and I think we can go on with these methodologies. So we have a structure to go on all together and to collaborate with people. This is the first aspect. And the second one is just people. At the very beginning, there was a little circle of person, very nice person, with a very good, very extraordinary manager. And then we were just few people in Vienna talking about RI. And then in contest now, we have the beginning, we have built somehow a network of people. Many people knows around us what is RI. We have students that understand what is RI. We have executive people. We have people in rural areas have understand that there is something happening with responsiveness and digital devices, and so we have we are at the starting point of a network, and I think it's a social network, and it's very important.
Thank you so much. I wanted to start the next round, one more, about RRI, but you have already addressed this a little bit. What were the challenges and what will remain about RRI coming from DigiTeRRI in the region? You have addressed it already a little bit, but could you point out it a little bit more precise?
Well, I think, and please, my team Värmland, correct me if I'm misunderstood, but my perception was, as I said a little bit when I talked, is that we have all these concepts, all these words, right? So we have, let's pick some. It seems like, you know, if you say innovation, you have as many interpretations as people in the room. And it's just a small word, right? Or you say system innovation and somebody says, you mean innovation system? No, so all these words are quite hard to put flesh to actually get to a point where you have a collective understanding of what it means. And I think that is very important if you're going to do something together with other people or organizations. So for us, I think it was a struggle in the beginning to understand the conception of, okay, digitalization, digital transformation. That in itself is a rather big cloud of different meanings and, of course, then different disparative actions. So that was a territory to define and try to understand together with the Team Värmland and all the stakeholders, right? But then you bring the concepts and meanings of RRI, and those two together, we had to work to understand how do we understand these together, and how do we make it actionable together. And I think that it is, at least the last maybe 8 months or so, we are beginning to see that it actually is RRI by design. And then we can see that we're strong in certain areas like gender, or openness and so on, but we're maybe weaker in other areas. And so bring back to Professor, me and names, I'm terrible at names. I'm good at faces, bad at names. Yesterday talking about irresponsible innovation versus value-based innovation. And I think the aspects of RI we will keep thinking about and try to see how can we expand on that into everything we do. Actually, because that would bring the responsible side of innovation into our efforts in the territory and our financial, where we put our money, to be a little bit blunt.
Yeah, I have the picture in my mind that's about pushing and pulling. So the company, so it's about you and from René Schönberg yesterday, I think. It was in the slides. So it's like the companies who providing digital tools, digital apps and platforms and all, they want to push us, push the society, and the policy, they should steer that, they should lead them, but sometimes I think it's a hanging rope, so it's the development goes faster than we know where the way should go. And in that way, it's always good to have such an RI approach and the values that we discuss it in the society. So that's in all steps of this development, of this transition. We go in a digital world, and digitalization is there is no way around, and we shouldn't lose anybody in that way. So that's the RI concept is perfect.
Thank you. Erich.
So, sorry, I have to be the destructive person in this round. You said it. For me, it's the big challenge, how we bring RRI, the idea behind it, the concept behind it, to the grassroots, to the people out there to understand it. If you talk to someone on the road about RRI, he will look at you with big eyes and understand nothing. So we need a simple description. We had it in our roadmap process. We always started by 0, give the information, and I think it will be necessary to find a common, easy understanding version how to communicate what RRI means and offers to the people outside in the cities and in the regions.
Yes, of course, RRI was really difficult to explain to our society. So as Jean-Jacques said yesterday, we explain it with all the words related to responsible digital. But in Grand Est, related to gender equality, we had before DigiTeRRI Project actions. We strengthen it or reinforce it with other some actions. But in the new societal challenges, RRI help us to integrate more citizens, large public in our, I would say, co-creation, workshop and strategy, regional strategy. And we, concerning open access data, it's also a major challenges in our industry and in, I would say, every day of the citizens' life. So, a lot of work.
Just a detail. I think we learn a lot about DigiTeRRI and RRI, and one aspect is that now I think we are, with the help of all my team, we are able to teach and use RRI during a design process of a device. We know how to integrate RRI when you are doing creativity and select the best ideas. We know how to integrate RRI when you are doing a need analysis, writing down specification. We have learned to do that, and now we are able to describe these design methodologies, these design integrating RRI, and we are now able to develop this kind of approaches. And I think it's for us a big step. Thanks also all the colleagues, because they help us to understand what is RRI.
So I think this was the best summary we could talk about this impact on what is RRI later in your work and in the region. Is there any important question from the audience? Yeah, René van Schomberg.
Thanks a lot. No, let me first, I don't know, probably they already said it to you many times, but I think you need to really be congratulated for this terrific work. I mean, just the fact that you have engaged so many people and in a network across sectors, and it's rather impressive. So congratulations. I find this should be said. Then maybe a difficult question for you to answer, because I couldn't figure this out of your process. You know, you use some of the so-called keys on which I myself am sometimes rather critical, but in the sense that the keys themselves needs in the application to be transformed. You know, just to give an example, on ethics, for example, it's not about, normally people understand it as something what we should not do. But what you, with RRI, is more what you want to do. What do you want to get out of it? So it's more an ethics of construction rather than an ethics of constraint, which is, the normal ethics is normal evaluative. So I have been always quite critical of, so in a sense this key of ethics needs to be transformed itself. The same with education. We don't want the classical discipline-oriented education. We want a more challenge-based education. On gender, it's actually the same. It's not about just engagement of women. No, we want to have innovation
with a vision which incorporates the vision of women as well. Huh? So, I mean, the classical example is, I think it's still nowadays the case, and that the safety of cars are tested with puppets of men 175 meters long or something like this. So, I mean, and the medicine, I think, apparently an expert told me 40% of the medicines don't work on women very well because they are most tested on males. I hope this is not true, by the way, but it sounds really bad. So, so I mean, you have, in all the keys, there needs to be a transformation in itself. Did you experience this in your work? I mean, you had an impressive amount of people engaged on these issues. Did you feel these tensions on these keys in themselves?
On the short, here we have short.
Okay, very short.
Okay.
Okay, very short. My analogy about the waves, that you have something that is moving far away on the ocean, I would say that is the RRI ship, right? And we were standing on the shore, seeing first one wave and thinking, whoa, something is happening. We don't know really what RRI could, how it could help us with the transformation in a more responsive and responsible way. And then the second wave and the third wave and the fourth wave, we started to include people. And we got a lot of help from the DigiTeRRI, all the partners, in trying to understand it. But the key for us, I think, was talking about it in the team Värmland with industry, with the university, with the public sector, and so on and so on. So creation of transformation, I think RRI gives a deeper sense of what change actually is, and change in a good way. I don't know if that answers it a little bit.
Yes, I agree with that. That's very fine. So it's we don't talk about gender itself. We talk about the gender discussion. We have experts in our events. They from different countries, and then you can hear about this for your exhibition stand, for your company. So the output is a development. Not we don't set the only truth or something like that. It's a development, I think. Create the truth. Yeah, but we create our goal in the future from the society, from our perspective. So.
I think it's not that everyone says it, but it's a way of create something, but it's also a way of train someone. Train to work with it, learn, teach them how to work with it and use it.
Really, in some words, talk to have a bigger impact on your, I would say, in all the community. Community, I would say, quadruplets. And if we do that, for us, it's one step away.
Well, I just want to share a part of our experience. We are in front of a lot of young people that are looking for a sense in their educational career, in their professional career, and so on. So, an RI is a way to talk, just to talk, to have a reflexive process with them about the sense of their life, and this is all. And sometimes we are developing methodologies and so on, but the most important fact is that it's a way to discuss and have a reflexive, let's say, dynamic with the young people, in my side.
From my point of view, I think this is the further development. Of course, you initiated these ideas, and we discussed also about values in our workshops and when preparing. This is still ongoing. No? Now we know a little bit about RRI, and we are still ongoing in the processes. Okay, are you satisfied when I close the session now? Okay. And now we have a stop. We have now a very important final keynote. René Perrat will give it. So, I need some. Rémi Perrat is responsible for the 6-people team for Grand Enough, coordinates policies and ecosystem dedicated to supporting companies towards innovation and digital, industrial and environmental transition. He leads the smart specialization strategy of Grand Est region. And he is also an advisory board member of DigiTeRRI, and really, I'm grateful that you are here with us. You could make it, and please give him a warm welcome.
So, I'm going to talk about digitalization and responsible research and innovation. What a surprise. So, but I would like to, not especially to talk about digitalization and RI and in the way we are already doing, but what we are going to build, what we want to build for the future, and how DigiTeRRI helps us to build it and to think about it. So, as you can see, the sun rise in east. Up.
Yeah. No, this one.
Ah, this one. It's green too. So, why Region Grand Est is interested in DigiTeRRI? So, you know us very well after 2 days of conference, so I don't give figures of us. But we are a public administration, so we have a large scope of intervention, and we are regional planning for economic and employment, higher education and research, environment or innovation, and many other things. So almost all our policies need to deal with digitalization. And so in economic development, research and innovation, we have 4 targets. It's engage territory and its ecosystems in the challenge of economic transitions and transformations. So strategies for industrial, ecological and digital transitions, supporting all companies in their innovation initiatives, enhancing the excellence of research to transform it into economic development, and strengthening the funding chain of finance. So the region has a role to play to push companies towards digitalization and in a responsible way. So that's why I accept to be an advisory member, because it's important to public administrations to have this thinking about these topics. So first of all, I will talk about Grand Est Business Act, like Stephanie introduced before. It's our recovery plan we have launched in July 2020 in the middle of the COVID crisis. And it's with 3 targets: to restore confidence in our economy, to make people want to go to the Grand Est, and to adapt our financial engineering to our ambition. So we have built it with many contributions of the ecosystems and around the 4 challenges: digital, industrial, green, and health. The first result was 18 action, 40 projects, and 12 experimentations. But in 2022, we launched the second act of Business Act, and in 3 ways. We have action sheets, 158 partnership targeted projects. We have Grand Est Transformations Units, the JET, which are resource and expertise centers, facilitators of communities of solution providers, and the Transformation Support Path, which is a specific overall support for each company. So this path, this supporting path, is built with 4 steps. awareness at the first place. So we want to help companies in an individual way to raise their awareness to the specific transformation issues like ecological impact or digitalization. So it's an auto-diagnosis to help them to ask themselves these questions. And after we set up a 360-degree diagnosis to identify their lack of maturity in these domains, and to after have a transformation roadmaps with the company, where we even individual support, which is a roadmap to build the transformation unit to help them to have the maturity of this domain. So after that, we implement some solutions and financing solutions. So with local and proximity operators, human support, skill and trainings, and financing. So the JET unit, there are 4 of them with the 4 challenges, was expertise and solution members to help this supporting approach. So what we want to create is a trust relationship with each company, and especially SMEs, because big industry have not these needs. So it's a major new method. We want to have a specific help for each company which are needed to pass a level of maturity. So I would like to focus on digital JET missions. So it is clustering and coordinate communities of providers and stakeholders, contribute to the transformation of organization and companies, anticipate key skills needs, facilitate access to talent, and make it shine, attracting new solution providers and talent. And for Digital JET, there is a 5th mission, is to promote digital responsibility. So that in that way, DigiTeRRI helps us to think about this operational declination of this policy, because each JET unit are declined in few strategic activities areas, built around themes identified as strategic for the region. So we have experts in the field, professionals and academics, and led by GrantInnov, and organized in 2 levels, a community of providers subject to expertise, a co-working group for 10 or 20 members. So our strategic areas are artificial intelligence, cyber security, cloud, immersive technologies, modernization of IT infrastructure and usage, emerging technologies, and also digital responsible. So in these specific areas, we want to develop green IT and IT for green, inclusion, digital sovereignty, and ethics. So DigiTeRRI helps us to think about these topics and to have operational demonstration of this policy. So I put some examples of new methods with the both approaches, digitalization and RRI. So we work with GrantInnov on inclusion in the auto-diagnosis and the 360 diagnosis with this question, because it's a lot of questions we have to put on with companies. And we have also in Green IT the Sorizo platform, which is a platform which helps companies to meet the providers of solutions in green technology. And we have also a grid school agreement with innovative training methods. And I can notice 2 financing of Simplon and Microsoft School, or School 42, you saw yesterday, or KMO. So after our business act, we have also a strategic innovation for smart specialization strategy in Grand Est. So it's gathering 3 old strategies of our old territories, Alsace, Lorraine, and Champagne-Ardenne. And so, first of all, it's a mandatory condition to reach a European regional development funds for innovation, but it's also our innovation regional strategy. And it helps us to define strategic areas of activities for supporting research and development, and toward markets with high growth potential, and to put companies at the heart of innovation with a bottom-up approach. So we have built our S3 in 2 ways, crossing 2 ways. So the transformation, industrial transition, green transition, and digital transition, and our 3 pillars of economy, industry, health, and bioeconomy. So we have 8 priorities, but we have additional priorities for rethinking the economy and innovation in the Grand Est. So we have digital transformation and AI development, responsible innovation, social innovation, industrial relocation, and short circuits. So for digital transformation, we have the deployment of artificial intelligence use, renewing the support engineering offer, ensuring cyber resilience and cyber security. And for RRI, we want to directing research and innovation toward a sober approach, a repeatable result, ethically acceptable and beneficial to society, to recreate and facilitate the population's acceptance and organizations to transitions, and involve society in innovation as early as possible. So digital transformations and RRI have a central position in our social priorities, which have to feed into our 8 S3 priorities. So what we have to do now, it's with the JET, which are the units for the governance of the S3, we want to set up a governance with specific animation about RRI with the digital JET, an assessment and evaluation which setting up specific indicators on digitalization and RRI, raising awareness of RRI in the allocation of subsidies with eligibility requirements, and to put specific indicators will be requested from project leaders to help us to evaluate our impact and to change our policies when the goals are not obtained. So we have beginning to work with GrantInnov to match the KPI of DigiTeRRI and our priorities, and we have some samples of indicators we can set up. So I could go further if you have questions. So, but how we could go further after that? So we have an artificial intelligence plan since few years, but we have an European ambition. We want to put Grand Est region at the heart of European strategy in AI with our partner, Germany, Switzerland, Luxembourg, and Belgium. So with a link to a project of European Digital Innovation Hub, so DigiTeRRI could help us to work with these partners. And we have 2 main goals, inclusion and ethics, to address. So what are the lessons learned from DigiTeRRI? The first main risk identified for me is the digitalization and RRI are very wide topics that brings together many policies and stakeholders. So DigiTeRRI help us to have an approach for this main risk. And it gives us methods and tools to work on these cross-cutting approaches. And so, for example, the complementarity of the consortium, it was a good exhaustive vision to help us to have a local approach and also European approach, and the exchange of experience with different cultures, which give us a vision of what we could do in common, and working methods with especially the visibility of stakeholders, which helps us as a region to draw our policies. So, how DigiTeRRI could go further? You bring a common model of methods and values. You could disseminate the concept of the roadmaps in other European territories. We could also increase the impact in European level in networks like European Research and Innovation Networks, such as S3 platforms. And I like the expression "think big, act local," because we couldn't go further if we not implement these outcomes in our administration. So I would like to implement these outcomes and your thinking to our strategy and to our leaders. And especially the important is the education. So we have to embrace the population with these thematics. And for example, what you have done with the art work or your multilingual website is it's steps to help to education of people. So it's simple, but what you have done is very important, because as a public administration, we have in first matter financing approaches, but we don't take time to have this approach of digital responsible, and it's important to have this thought, especially with the new methods we are creating. So I put you some examples of what we want to develop. So to raise awareness of the ecosystem, the participation of and inclusion of the citizens, checking the conformity of projects, and skills and acculturation of ecosystems. So to go further, I put you some other examples of action which are not very wide diffusion in generally. So Hub East, Maya projects, and third places, which I invite you to go to the website. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I mean, I think this was once more a highlight which impact DigiTeRRI can have. Great, thank you that you take this, and I think this was a really good, more or less, closure of the conference. Thank you so much. And now I have to close the conference, but first I have to say, all we two people, Angel, where are they? They are not in here. Ah, yeah, Mario, Mireia, bring all to the stage, please. It's not necessary to say anything more. We have talked a lot, so. Then you, Mario, please. You have to represent, we do now. Come here, come to me, come to me. So I wanted to have also Angel and Mireia, you know. Mireia, come to the stage, please. I don't know where Angel is, I have no idea. Yeah. So, and Angel, you saw him yesterday already. We2 team did this facility, I think, facilitating the conference. They did the technical stuff, all these wonderful pictures and these things, but also that the conference can run smoothly. They insisted to have a stage. They insisted on to have the technical support. Angel, come. So without you, this conference would not be so a success. Yeah, really. Thank you so much. And one very important person, she could not come to Vienna. She is in Barcelona. This is Veronica. Veronica did a lot of work. Really, we communicated a lot with her. We discussed, we improved, yeah, all these things. Thank you so much. Give them a... And then I asked Andre, Sabine, Manfred. Where is Manfred? Andrea, come. Manfred is here, yeah. So, and this is the AIT team. Without them, it would not be possible to have this conference. So Sabine did a lot of work. I thank you so much. And always when I have a question, can we do this in this way? Also, I go to Manfred and say, let's discuss. Andrea organized the Hofburg visit. I think she didn't expect that it's so much work. And all the other things. Thank you so much. And also Beatrix is also one of our team members. She cannot be with us because she has a kick-off meeting for another project, but she organized the catering and everything. And I have also to thank the territorial coordinator. This is Joshak in France, Ayman in Värmland, and Bridget in Styria, because without your support, we could not have the local people from there. Joshak could manage that. We have Caroline here, we have Patrick here. Bridget managed to have Mike Ulm here, and Shikova, and Iris Wilswieser and Föstalpine, and so on. And Värmland, great work. We managed to have here Ingrid, Dan, help me now, Anneli, Andreas, yes, Anders, I forgot somebody, no? Per, of course, yeah, but also people from outside the DigiTeRRI team. I think we had representatives from companies, Ahmed, from outside DigiTeRRI in the competence education in this session, in business session, and so on. And I thank you so much that we could make it. Great. Caroline, we have just talked about you. Thank you so much. And okay, and also the advisory board member, Andreas Kassler, supported us, and René Pirat, and thanks that Morten is here with us. And Iris Wilswieser, today morning. She's also in the advisory board. And I thank all of you that we could make it, we could discuss. Thank you. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. Just a moment, because I know everybody wants to leave. So I would like to again congratulate everybody's effort definitely in this, but definitely you, Marianne, because you really lead a process that is complicated. So I really want to, I think, speaking on behalf of everybody, I think that's the point, tell you that this has been a success of a conference. I think you managed to bring a lot of relevant, meaningful, important people to the conference. I think that's an important legacy, what we've done. I think we learned a lot. I think we were praised as well, and I think that's a very important achievement. And I think I'm echoing what I've been heard from the others. This has been a wonderful conference in a wonderful place. So thank you very much for making this.
Thanks. Es war sehr schön, dass du da warst.